Can't keep a consistent schedule. Which sucks. And I'm trying to get better at that, and that will happen. I just gotta, do it. I guess. So, yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's get the fucking game up. Let's get that shit up. Oh yeah. I just remembered we just finished it. We just finished the game. Like the first game, that is. Right? Yeah, we did. We did. I completely forgot. So this is the second game. I should probably change my stream title now that I remember it. I need to change it to something relating. There we go. No. New game? No. I didn't like fuck it up, right? Options. Back to title. Maybe? Oh, no. We've been here. We've been here. Okay. Load game? No. Where the fuck? I don't even know. Where do we go? Oh. I'm a dumb. Anyway, yeah. Great Ace Attorney 2. Fucking get it. Okay. People popcorn. Where's your popcorn, guys? Time to eat up.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
Damn right.
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Snap back to reality.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned.
Is this Cosmo?
And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. What? Again! It's her! It's that bitch!
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Oh! So are we just Ryunosuke Naruhodo is just who? Who? My god. Oh,
So please, I ask for your
what?
guidance.
She was way too important to kill. No way.
Kazuma-sama.
Fake news. No way she's dead. She seemed way too fucking important to the story. We didn't know who she was, but she was important enough to be, you know, excused from court. Okay then. And also Kazuma, I mean not Kazuma, not Ryunosuke who? Ryunosuke who? Here I am again, after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steal my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Hello, Papa. Okay, so that whole like thing about him being, you know, terminally ill, possibly, just We needed a driving force in the last game. Whatever. It don't care. Oh, good. You're here. No, that's not his voice. Here. Doesn't do for a lawyer. No, that's way too fucking. No, that's way too much. Doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. Hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Hey, yo, don't say that to your father. That's your poppy. I think a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? Would I be correct in thinking that you are to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right, miss. Like, I'm gonna be, it's nitpicky to say this, but still, the whole thing, like, in the last game, wasn't it like a big deal that she was an assistant because women aren't normally, or really ever, judicial assistants? And now she's like, you can be a whole ass lawyer now. Like, what the fuck? Wow, what the hell about it? Wow, what the hell? I swear on my life. It is complete fabrication, the whole thing. Yes, I'm sure it is. We are not playing Miles Edgeworth prosecution whatever game. Ray Mimbani, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Ah, yes. Larry Butts. My man. So unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. I still think it's cap. No way that woman was just killed. I refuse to believe it. There's no way. There's no way. That just doesn't make sense to me. At all. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh, well, it's just that it looks so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Yuri! Let's fucking go! Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Huh! It would seem my little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor? Even your best friend can't see through the disguise. I think we can relax. Disguise? Yeah, I've never tried dressing. Let me see the fit. Let me rate the fit. Okay, Sasato, wait a minute. Let me rate the fit. Grab your snorkel. It's time to drip. We dripping out here. It's a little bit drippy. This does make me feel a little relieved. As you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Sasato? I'm so sorry I didn't say anything sooner, Ray. It's just that... Oh, what are you doing? What's going on? What? What? Varsity uniform. That varsity cap. The varsity cape. The varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world like a student of the Imperial Yume University. A male student. Oh shit. Never mind, redacted. Redact my previous comment. They don't even know I'm a woman. They don't even know. They lack the critical information. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. Bruh, like, as much... Are we really just gonna follow her for the rest of the game? Where's my boy? Where's Herlock Sholmes, man? Okay. I really hope this is gonna last. Well, I will say, I wouldn't be too mad if I don't have to do another horrible British accent again. What? I don't understand. Why you dress like that? Well, you see... What's the only way? The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Women aren't allowed, cause based. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside of the courtroom. L, that's an L. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female or what. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'm leaving my true self at the courtroom door so that I can act as your lawyer. Don't let the bailiffs hear ya. Goddamn. Sato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. Just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Cap, it's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet just because you're a woman? What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? Well, yes. That I am. Ray, please don't look at me like that. Stop staring at me with them big old eyes. I'm sorry. It's just... You look so... Damn! Yes, you should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I could see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Sato? You do believe me, do you? No. I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. It's perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. The thing is, I know this is gonna be a goddamn tutorial, but it's like, what crazed maniac would be playing this game before the first? Huh? Makes no sense. That's what it means to be a defense lawyer. It means so much to me, Sasato. Better be going now. Late. The judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Fuck out of my way, bitch. Well, Sasato, you certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, with no prior experience of being a lawyer. She was basically the lawyer. I was just the mouthpiece. She's the one who fucking did everything. Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Yes, quite right. Kept that information from her. Would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. Didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? Should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field. I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. Sasato Mikitoba, Judicial Assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I find myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to still feel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Yeah. Fuck, dude. I'm gonna get. Oh my. Dude. I'm gonna get. Limb throat, bruh.
The prosecution is fully ready. Ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Oh shit! Look at the fucking trip on this bitch! God damn! That shit clean! French counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Oh, bugging, bro. You don't need a bug like that. You weren't like this before, bro. Now you're in the hot seat and you can't take the heat. Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Ryutaro. Yes. Did we not go... Yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you, and why, this is like important shit you tell me. I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Ryutaro. Well, counsel. What? Yes, I don't know what to do. It's like, it's a female doing a male voice. Assumedly. It's me. I'll just do my normal voice, because it's the main character and all that. I mean... Yes, I'm Ryutaro. Hugh has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Oh. Mr. Ryutaro, you need to consider how better to upload his manly act, first not overdo it. Those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo?
A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. The name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
Yes, the same dude who kicked your fucking ass 8 months ago. Maybe thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them.
What a pitiful situation.
Dude, you know I'm here to kick your ass.
Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy.
Of the Naruhodo name. Do you know who the fuck my clan is? My cousin is? How dare you? Sasato who? Sasato who? 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 Who Megalo? There. Be careful, Ray.
Ugh. What an unrefined tomboy we have here.
Fuck, don't say them words, bro. You're gonna make me act the fuck up, bro.
But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes are very much suggest that he is not.
So nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo was going through. Like it or not, his eyes are... Am I having a stroke? Or is the game having a stroke? Eyes are wont to flit. I don't think... I'm not even gonna put any thought into that. It happened. Let's get past it. Case to be heard on this day. Order. Order. I gotta get back into it. I gotta Case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interest. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may affect the very future of our empire. Again.
Just like that trial 9 months ago that I horribly fucking failed, made a fool of myself, and also got absolutely fucking dicked down. Raw no condom. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock.
Dude, this is the same shit you said last time, bruh. And once again, you're gonna get clapped. You're gonna get fucking served up. You're gonna get sauteed, my man. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. You're gonna ask me what you do every single fucking tutorial game. The name of the victim. And it's gonna be, oh, look at the court record, dumb shit. I know how to do it. 9 months ago, a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. Can you just like say, hey yo, I know, can you just give me an option like, yo, I know this shit. Come on, let's not fool each other. I know my shit. Same judge tested him as well. Even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Right. It's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency. Please do make them simple. Very well. Start with, you will state the name of the Dude, it's like, no, that's simple. I couldn't... It's a joke. It has to be. They have to be, like, aware that they're doing it like this. Like, there's no way. Surely I don't forget. And then they're like, ooh, clueless. Surely I don't forget clueless. I forgore. Look at the court record, dumb shit. What's the matter? That I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else. You're not... Mines are... I'm not gonna think about it, It happened, let's get past it. Surprising, really? It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear. This is a dismal failure. Fresh. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. How could it be so fucking stupid? Yes, the answer will be among us. That's right. Just use E. Just press the E button. Don't worry. You don't need to understand that, Ryotaro. Only the other guy. The man controlling your body. Don't think about it too much. That's when they punish us. I'm not even gonna waste my fucking time nor energy reading this tutorial bullshit. Did we ever actually get the name? Oh no, Gisely Barrett. I remember, dude. I remember, dude. I gotta go potty. I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go take a shit. Didn't even need to look. I remember, dude. I remember that shit. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Gisely Barrett. Gisely Barrett. Name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. Being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, we pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Barrett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? So you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. If it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. I remember. That was the start of everything. Gisely Barrett. I forgot, I bet. Behind the woman was the face of a killer.
Yes!
Don't even need to check, bro. Dude, I remember them shits, bruh. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial University was killed. And the culprit was Gisely Barrett. Yes, she was a killer. That fucking bitch. You killed Iris's father. I hope that gets... Dude, don't tell me they're not gonna bring that up ever again. Because if we do stay in Japan, then there's no one else connected to the whole Iris situation. Except me, but I can't do that on my own. In the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred, an Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoa. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensics. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial University was arrested on suspicion of murder. Second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, student the lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Gisely Barrett. But we couldn't do shit about it. She just got off scot-free, didn't she? Like, what the fuck happened? Miss Barrett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Barrett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Shanghai. We heard that shit before. That didn't last game, didn't we find a fucking a newspaper clipping or some shit talking about something about Shanghai? There was some shit about Shanghai. It was with the speckled band mission. I remember that. There's a British consular court there. Correct. The judge and Mikotoba's voices are too similar. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained was our Empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. Only the day before? Oh no.
That will do. I'm satisfied with the counsel for the defense and is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Over the first hurdle. Don't move too much, bruh. That hair might come undone. Now, summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie.
As you wish, Your Excellency. Bald motherfucker. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Medbody. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Damn, what a load of bullshit. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. It's certainly true. Prosecution summary. It's full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. I call cap. You know what cap means, you old shit? You little shitter. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution's counsel. What he said about. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon?
No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Medbody, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
No shot. No shot, this bitch. When? When did you switch over? Before or after Jesli's trial? Not Jesli's trial, but my trial. Ryunosuke's trial. When, bitch? When? Oh, never mind. Actual motive. Holy shit. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor? Who's murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? That? John Wilson?
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yeah. Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had toward the Englishwoman who killed him.
Obviously, I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. Powerful hatred. She implicating on the stand, bruh! Hey, yo, get your girl! Damn, that was a Freudian slip right there.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for a former mentor against her like that. Must find out more details. Something we can use to bolster our defense.
Lawyer? Really have to pick up. Oh, that was just a. Okay, whatever. Mimbani?
Yes.
No, hold up. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryotaro Sasato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. No shot. My man's back for another game? Fuck, what was his name? The sus motherfucker. The undercover guy. No, not a detective. He's an undercover cop. Also, I don't think he would he really be working for? No, surely not. Still though, I want him to come back. I want the undercover cop to come back, bro. He was so fucking cool. He was such a freaking he was a lad. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No.
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. Prosecution's counsel seems to be enjoying using provocative tricks like this. Now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him go, Dio. Oh dear. This is really terrifying. Father's right. We still need more information. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Barrett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? As usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. L. Wow, what an L.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with the dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place. So that bitch really is dead. I know. We better learn more about this bitch now that she's dead. She was fucking important.
I said don't look at me. It was a young student girl did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet. But to provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect, enjoying her undeserved liberty. Even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai, you can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Or Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you would be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
God damn. Oh, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone could have hid it.
Court will accept this photographic print as evidence. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally, the prosecution adds much more to its case.
That's not good.
We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all reasonable contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who? Whole bunch of bullshitters.
Well, one of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective.
Dude, are we about to see them? We're about to see the goddamn ancestor to Dick Gumshoe, bruh. Bet. Fucking hope. Richard Gumshoe, bruh. Where's Richard Gumshoe? Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, has been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. But that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Yeah, you fucking loser. You got shit on. You got shit on hardcore.
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, counsel. If the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Now you got a little shit thing on your fucking forehead.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut. The bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
Start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing? Are you modernizing as spell council?
Silence! Since I swore vengeance back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Sir, Ouchi Grove.
What fucking shit saying?
This is the seat of hope striding forth
Over the Baird expense. Bald. Where? Mod check? Where? I don't see the shit. You're balding, bro. Man got keeps.
I said silence. Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
Looks like the stakes are high on both sides of this trial. Prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Well, damn, bitch, I didn't know you meant it like that. Oh! They're back! Let's fucking go! Both of them, too!
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosanaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. Well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out as satirical I Am a Cat, the sensational success by Soseki Natsume.
That's just actually like the book, I Am a Cat.
Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even. Yeah. What on earth is Soseki doing here? Tread carefully, Soseki. The author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? He exposes you for who you really are. This will be over before it's begun. Yes. Of course, I know. I presume Soseki won't have forgotten about me. I'll certainly never forget him. Though he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so. It's been since I last saw him. As for Inspector Hosanaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Suppose it's a disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It's my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. What business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
Yume?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. Practically threw that paper at me.
We all know we all been given a newspaper in a Phoenix Wright game. We know what to do. Say it with me, class. Turn that around. Let's see this bitch. Turn that bitch around. Oh shit, actually? Never mind. What's so important? The only thing important is fucking, what was his fucking name? I forgot his name already. What's so important about this bitch? Spirited Debate. Is it because the lens is cracked? Are we gonna like find some fucking shit? Is there's gonna be something like, hey yo, you're fucking stupid. You're a dumb motherfucker.
Sorry. I had a little guttural reaction right there. Ascertained by examination and witness statements. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction. No way. That bitch got poisoned. She got a taste of her own fucking medicine. Either that, or she was strangled. It wouldn't make sense. We could already say that this was not an instantaneous death. So, there would have been struggle, or at least yells. She would have screamed. She would have made noise. Did she? We actually don't know that yet. I can't assume that she didn't make noise. But that's going to be a point of contention that we're going to have to refute or try to prove. Whatever. So, anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I'd like to go with everyone to see the country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Barrett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed, cordially for the seaside, it seems. Ooh, beach episode! Poggy woggies! It was extremely challenging to clear out all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Oh, you're still dying, huh? You're still dying. Okay. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. My Inspector, you do have something on your face now. How unsightly, I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too? No. Fortunately, I worked to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well. I will now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the ghost. You got that virus! You got that virus! Of course, Your Excellency. Oh, relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. L. Take the L. Take the L, champ. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Okay, I get it. It's a fucking tutorial, but come on. We're just resetting the power scaling. We're resetting, and I don't like that. I'm coming off of the last game where it was fucking hard, where I actually had to use my brain for once to figure shit out. I had to use my brain, but now, nah. Yeah, not for a while, bruh. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. Except they didn't, because that's fucking wrong. Dude, single wound. Like, come on, dude.
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Oh, goodness me! She spilled her fucking wine! What a wasteful bitch! Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Remember me. The initials of the defendant. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. Who else? Who Megalol? Who Megalol has RM in their name?
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
Hey, yo. Get the fuck up, dude. Dude, this is not like you, Sasato. Sasato, this is not like you. Not at all, bruh. You should be giving a hearty belly laugh like, ho ho ho, you dumb motherfucker. Understand. He had none of this man's bullshit. Like, come on. It's not even like you would be able to get away with this in the last game because canonically we had no experience, but now, holy shit, the places, the where we came from, where we've gone, we should know this shit is cap. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination. Don't say you forgot that shit, dude. Did you like reset? Did you factory reset? Is that what they do in Japan? Like the second you step off the boat, they're like, okay, factory reset time. Beep, boop, boop, boop. Naruhodo. Naruhodo? Where? That means me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Oh, actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please. All right. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witness's testimony to prove that they're lying. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Game time. Poggies. Woo, 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 woo. I already know what I gotta do, but I do want, oh, can't even look at it. Okay. Yep. Come on. Get on with it. Multiple times, bitch. Dude, you really need to get new prescriptions, dude. Those glasses are not working. They're not working, bucko. They're not. Look at this shit, dumb nuts.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! She did the thing! That accusatory cry that just welled up from deep welled up from deep inside me. I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama, and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Council?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who, where, when, how? Not you, Saseki. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim. Bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, Police Counsel. In the Postmortem Report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Saseki, you claim to have seen Mimbani in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly. I'm still unsure what kind of voice to give him. Both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes. And? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True, bestie. Bye. Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Saseki in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. She's still dumb as fuck. Isn't she a medical student? Wait a minute. Wait a fucking second. No way. Actually, wait. Actually, hold up. Actually, wait a minute. Okay. She's an assistant to Migatoba and John Wilson, but that doesn't matter because they both study the same thing, forensic medicine. In there is okay, whatever. Still, I feel like in her line of study, she should have been taught, never remove the weapon from the body. That's a plug. They're gonna bleed out if you do that, you dumb shit. Can't be! Excellent work, Sasato. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Objection! You ain't got it, bruh.
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago.
You keep going back to the fact that, you're saying all this shit that my cousin, quote unquote, did all this shit that you labeled flagrant, but in the end, you still got fucking creamed on. You got busted. You got busted open.
The half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show and fucking succeeding completely.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Slander, my head is quite adequately dressed.
Bullshit. You're bald.
In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon in the victim, that was the fatal blow. It was at that moment she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully showed with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
True. Big and true. Big cuz true. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the suited girl is innocent, as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too.
Okay. She's a fucking forensic... She works in forensics. Tell me you are bullshitting me if you tell me that you know somebody in forensics that is not good with dead bodies. You're smoking cap. You're smoking penis at that point. It's because she's studying forensics. Did Ray pull out the knife? Oh, yes, going for the jugular. Dude, that shit will knock you the fuck out. You hit a motherfucker in the throat good enough. Gasping. Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. Truth is, I don't really know. I have to come up with a plausible reason here. We don't have a case. It's cause oh. I was more betting on the fact that they'd ask about the composure part. Like, that makes sense. Obviously not that. Don't know why she would do that. It was to save her life. But that just doesn't make sense. Like, come on, dude. Like, you're gonna bleed out. You're gonna bleed out. You made a hole, and now there's nothing to plug up the hole. That's all you've done. That's correct. It's as though she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mimbani was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Oh, I'm the one smoking penis, okay? Okay. Apparently I didn't know that. I'm the one that's smoking goddamn Benadryl. Okay.
Do you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed. It's just me? You feel much colder in here. Your Excellency, if I may? Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. Slipshod? Damn, go ahead. Pop off, I guess. You're gonna make my job easier. You could have just said dick all, and I would have been ousted immediately. That would have been game over. But now you're giving me another fucking chance.
Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Oh, I'm the fucking stupid one. I'm the only one here. Not everybody else. I'm the only one that doesn't know to not take out a fucking
blade when somebody gets stabbed, right? Is that going to be the thing? I'm the only one that doesn't know. I'm the one who lacked the critical information. That's such, dude. This is such a society. Holy shit! What a woman moment.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. I will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly.
God damn it. I'm getting a fucking how-to tutorial. I'm getting a 101 class right now. Come on.
Pulling a blade from the wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. I am the only one who doesn't know, dude. I lack the critical information. It was me all along. Holy shit, dude. What a twist.
It's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let us not forget the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Ah, God, I am the idiot. Fuck, I'm the idiot. I'm the dummy. I'm the dumb nut. I'm the dumb shit. Yes, it does, Ryotaro. It does. It does. It does. I knew that. I knew that. I know I did. I knew it. I knew it. Not there. No, no, no.
Yes, think of the weapon itself as like, did I not use the same analogy?
Did I? Dude.
Until the doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see.
This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village should have basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone. I've never stabbed anyone. Wink. I've never killed a person on the night of 1972. Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge from medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If he were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Would she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would have been fatal? I don't know. God damn. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... did my friend actually have? No! Stop it. I know that look. Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause till the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but no idea it would be this hard. Okay. Hmm. Little tiny hat. Sus. Hmm. She had the glass in her right hand, but she was found dead holding this. So there was a scuffle beforehand. So, so at the start, left hand on her classic fucking masquerade shit. Right hand holding wine. Probably got shoved or some shit. Scuffle ensues, where she drops that, blah blah blah, whatever the fuck. It's scuffle, footsteps, presumably all around this whole entire hut. I think I'm thinking too deeply on this shit for a tutorial level. That's the shit that happens, bruh. When you put a goddamn seasoned vet in a tutorial on a thinker man's game. Hmm. Probably just gonna tell me to. Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten the life further. I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Yeah, pressing. Wait a minute. I was thinking about it before, but how can we... Has it ever been touched? Because this is very unbloody for a murder weapon that caused this much blood. Wait, I just had a game theory. Game theory time. I don't know what that means or where I'm going with that, but oh, the fucking bag, bruh. That bullshit bag, bruh. I do see that there is only one cup, so it's not like she was expecting anybody. But that does hark back to the original tutorial of the first game. Forgetting something though. You didn't take the evidence at face value. Examine it. No, it really just... Yeah. No. No, it isn't. No, I'm not a little fucking baby bitch, boy. I know what to do, bitch. God, Dad. Need to examine with space. It's probably to do with the crime scene photograph. Hmm. I feel like I have incomplete thoughts. Like, they're saying their argument is that they saw the nut. They keep saying knife, and I think that's what trying to tell me. It's like what like a knife. If that's the case, why is the pen being brought in and not the knife? And if they're saying that they saw the knife in the victim in the defendant's hand, how did the pen end up there? Like, wait a minute. I just thought, are they saying? I forget. I think that I don't know if I'm bugging. Yeah, I think I'm just bugging. I think this whole time I was under the assumption that they're trying to make the fountain pen out as the murder weapon. Oh, now I could look at it. Okay, bitch. Fucking course. A fucking course. I had to goddamn. I'm trying to think of who RM could actually be. Pop this. Not a speck of blood. How strange. Oh. No ink. Oh, this is not a pen at all. This is a fucking syringe. Oh, for sure. RM. Is that the name of a poison? This is totally a fucking syringe, isn't it? This is a syringe. No. Nothing wrong, just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there. I'm literally like game theorying and like conspiracy theorying so hard. I want to believe that this is not actually a pen and actually a syringe. And that would actually, if it was like, say, a syringe that had maybe a poison in it, she would probably remove the pen, the blade, if this is it, which I doubt it, actually, now that I think about it, because there's no blood, which is weird. So that just actually, you know what, retrospectively, yeah, that completely just gets rid of my entire fucking syringe argument. Oh well. But okay, I know that there's a little bit, very small amount of liquid inside. Okay. What does that what good does that do me? Oh. There we go. I have to look at everything. Okay, you know, they actually like told me to do that and I just didn't. Any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence? Well, even still, even still, that doesn't do anything. Oh, motherfucker, dude. Male pattern baldness? Dude, what did I say? You know what? It's back on the table, boys. It's back on the fucking table. There is no pen. That is a syringe. Not again. Yeah, that's not good. Like, at all. Oh. Well, that's not good. You need to read this article very carefully. Okay. Oh, this is the interview with you and Suseki. Also, now that I think about it, yeah, what, he just got a new cat? Just like, ah, fuck it. Became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. Photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. It actually hit him. He actually got... Yeah, he went straight for the fucking jugular. Nothing more, nothing more. Well, now I gotta look at everything. Well, obviously not everything, because I can't fucking click on shit. Oh, wait. It excluded the poison article. Okay, here you go. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Saseki Natsume, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Oh, that wine was poison, wasn't it? Why is this poison? Onset of symptoms occurred in minutes, starting with impaired breathing, contraction of the pupils. Yipers. And she does have a good reason for it, because she was working on it. So she knew. This toxin is apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids, and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Tiny. That's the poison. If it was a poison-tipped blade, you want to get that shit out of there. Right?
Objection!
Let's fucking go. My balls are so heavy. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What?
Ugh, the yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here. In this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from the laboratory at Imperial Yume University.
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison is no relevance in this case.
But...
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
But in a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Would it be the deadly and tiny amounts part? Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Barrett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article, where it says deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death within minutes. Are you suggesting the knife used to attack Miss Barrett was laced with this very poison? It would explain why the defendant, Mimbani, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Yeah, have you not read the Postmortem Report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in this document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information that this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it? Yokel?
I did raise suspect the stolen poison was involved. Well, if you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. It's pretty obvious. Jeslie had literally, like, this is a goddamn page out of her book, her own book, 9 months ago, when she took the poison. What?
You can't possibly.
From your expression, Counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in the modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. In my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
We're gonna have a rehash, like, there's poison in the courtroom! But don't actually drink it this time, like she did to try to prove herself.
How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence connection to the newspaper?
In truth, I'm not really sure. My father always taught me to ask my... No fucking way. I thought it was gonna talk about the fact that the liquid could possibly be the poison! Fuck me. That it's linked. They're specifically saying liquid, so I'm thinking, bruh, no way. Oh! The postmortem report talking about the fucking pupils. I'm an idiot. Okay, no, I get it. Mulligan. I know. Don't fucking tell me the answer or I'm gonna feel dumb. No, I know. Postmortem report.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the postmortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the postmortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Barrett's eyes had constricted severely, perhaps, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Damn, your first table slam, and you didn't have wet noodle hands like goddamn Naruhodo. Okay, respect. Think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence.
You yokel student.
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please.
Can't.
Pains me to have to admit it. But I am afraid I don't know. You don't know? Toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded?
No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's... Who? Who, Megalol? Who? Oh shit. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Hey, don't go. Ray, I'm telling you. Don't say shit. Close your damn mouth.
Mimbami, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Like in the fucking pen, bitch. The pen is a goddamn syringe. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Goddamn.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin has somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. I had a very good idea who the thief was.
Thief?
No. Like, you say that as if you're surprised. This is on fucking brand for Jezzalee. That's on fucking brand, dude. Gosh, it was that dainty English woman.
Is Jezzalee Barrett?
So I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Barrett. She just sat on a stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew nothing. She was untouchable. I noticed you stole the poison. And now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me, and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. Didn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. It was over her eyes, and they'd shrunk, tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering from the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind had started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Barrett's lips whilst I'd been with her. She left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. And the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade?
Yes. The amount had entered her bloodstream was small enough she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really? I'm sorry for saying silent.
Damn. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I've duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you.
You're not Humphrey yet, though.
Really perceptible, but I do think balance has shifted a little.
Objection!
Ah, this bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, the body, if that's the case, perhaps you can explain how Miss Barrett came to be stabbed.
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
but you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, I have evidence. And it is very much conclusive.
Do you have the knife? What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment. I'm sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie.
Perhaps praise is due, young student.
What?
I had imagined there would have been no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
Oh. It's the same camera. I fucking knew it. The goddamn crack in the thing was gonna be a thing. Still though, yeah, that's pretty fucking damning. It's like that guy. It's like the red-handed recorder picture all over again. No more damning shot exists. The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that the body plunged her dagger into the victim's back,
Oh, that's not true. No. I don't believe it.
Don't! It's your job not to. Order! Order! Counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
I'm not a woman, I swear. I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Sasato is starting to show her face here. It's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence.
Incriminating photograph. Oh, dude. Not even gonna make it easy on me. Can't believe he's had a photograph like this up his sleeve the entire time. Because he fucking knew that Mr. Gamer Man would know what's going on instantaneously. The fucking crack, bitch. Look at that crack. And look at that crack. It's the same fucking thing. Damn, bitch. You live like this? Same camera. I don't know what that means. That's sussy. That's a sussy little shitter. Such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Huh? You're pointing me in the right direction. I appreciate it, but I already fucking know what's going on. You know that the guy, the little roadie that's following Soseki around. He took the picture, assumedly. He's the one with the camera, and you know, would reasonably be in both places.
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photograph was a witness to Miss Brett's death. Court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. True. Big cuz true.
I will uphold the defense's demand. Prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph.
Because you knew this would happen.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau by express post yesterday. There was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of this print is unknown.
Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
First produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but
the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented of the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Don't fucking stress. Don't even fucking worry about it, baby. Don't even worry about it, sweetheart. I got this shit on lock.
Sato, time for you to fight. What you have established so far is truth, and there can be no doubt.
This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Just need to prove it somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takisuchi Ouchi in a court of law.
I can't determine who took this photograph. The trial's gonna come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. Some way of working out who did it.
Well, Counsel,
I got you, Your Excellency. The burning question is who took that photograph. And the truth is, I have the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Do you really believe you could? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What?
very well, Counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Precious England. Returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there's some white lines on the right-hand side.
Oh, yes, indeed. It had already caught my eye as it happens.
Ugh, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph,
Good gracious!
yes, exactly the same patterns of lines is present on this photograph too. Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Counsel.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? Cracks on the fucking lens, you stupid bitch.
Curious matching patterns that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to the problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device?
Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographic prints under consideration here were taken by the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographic prints featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? Oh no, bro. Me. What was that?
I see why you were called the Roucious England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's many memo, I tell you, many memo. Me, a memo.
Seki? What was that? Did you just say mini memo?
Since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the show you news have been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of
RM.
One sec. Okay. So yeah, that's the type of shit, as your lawyer, I need to fucking know. You know, like, that flagrant, that, that flagrant bit of perjury, basically. You're omitting information. Isn't that a form of perjury? Should have told you about that, about the toxin. Ray, you really fucking should have. You could have saved so much grief for all of us involved. It really is. I couldn't have said it better myself. You said it just as I would. It's all your fucking fault. Stop trying to go vigilante Batman on us, bruh. Don't fucking take it in your own hands. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know, but I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Sasato? You had no doubt in your mind about my innocence. That you'd stand by me till the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Sasato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Sasato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. Sasato, take down. Dude, dude. Drag me through the fucking, dude. She has some problems. No better, you know. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from the bag. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Sato, I'm sorry. I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side. I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Big sad. Sasato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes. Oh, Ray. Oh, you. Fucking sitcom laugh track. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. It was you who stole the poison. Well, now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. We're collapsing on the floor in front of me, the knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in that hut at the time. That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. Don't tell me, I was thinking of it before. That bitch hid in the coat rack, didn't they? Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Do a flip. Look at this shit. Right there. That bitch was hiding in the goddamn corner. Like a little baby bitch. Like a little baby bitch boy. Wait, no. There must be a hole. Right there. The fucking slit. Dude. Right there. And beep. Right through the back. You don't need to be like forceful if that shit has poison on it. Not even horde.
understand how she could possibly been stabbed like that.
I can. Me smile.
A great mystery indeed.
Still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba.
Now,
I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you?
we don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now.
Spoiler alert, they're not.
Trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized brand of alkaloids. Police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh shit. Tough.
Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent, you say? Oh, you snuck that bitch, didn't you?
Sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver it to police headquarters. And perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good to have. Macaroni.
Little ASMR for you.
It's fucking hot. Oh, my fucking mouth. It's on fire.
What's the matter, Sasako? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret.
Cap. It's on brand for her, but Cap. It was all mini memo. It's all fucking mini memo. That bitch.
It's when the professor and Soseki were being interviewed by— oh, wait a minute. It was happening then. But he took the picture, so how could he have gone and taken the thing?
That's a thinker indeed.
So-called English lady swaned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. Saseki's curiosities had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Soseki knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up that story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This many memo. By the way, did that reporter join you at all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Well, if he was spotted there, he would be doing a shit job, wouldn't he?
Oh? A known criminal has been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside? Soseki pointed out that inviting a reporter might have been problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
He obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach, took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yeppers.
Yes, that must be what happened.
Just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. Trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once.
Okay. Macaroni.
Time to steal ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryotaro.
So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. Prove what really happened that day. I might do 2 chapters today because I really feel like playing this game for some reason. For 1, 2, I don't have any plans tomorrow. So I'm gonna get a little crazy and stay up till like 4 in the fucking morning because that's how long this shit's gonna take.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Minbami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh, what news?
Why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikitoba's laboratory at Yubei, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jessie Barrett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
Had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. Judging by the
He's a dude, he's fucking corked up. He's a corked up white boy with a little bit of swagger.
He's goated with the sauce, or so he thinks. But I am the man who holds the sauce. Foreign language, that I don't know. Don't tell me they didn't even know what it was. Don't tell me they didn't even use it because they're like, I don't know what that shit is. That shit doesn't, that ain't Yakban. That's not Yakban. What the fuck is this shit? The fuck is that? Oh, it's German.
your knowledge of English is going to be little help here, I'm afraid.
Can you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate.
So they really just did not even fucking know what this shit was. They didn't even know what it was. So you're telling me, Mikitoba, you're gonna look me dead in the fucking eyes and tell me right now you sent this shit. Please tell me you at least gave forewarning. You didn't just send this shit off the cuff and just did no explanation, no elaboration. Counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so
Cruelly used to end the life of the victim.
has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake that the reputation of the police on it.
So not your own?
And with the reagent, the test is extremely simple.
It couldn't have made a mistake. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record.
In short, the accused feeble excuse earlier.
Before we hear your bullshit, let's take a look at this shit. Let's take a look at this reagent.
Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I can fight the urge to run it under a hot tap to get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else. I think this is something else, Father. Not even gonna get the reagent on this bitch? Okay. Whack that shit.
In short, the accused feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed.
Nah. You're just too dumb.
Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Oh, the newspaper reporter managed to capture the photograph at the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the new witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. Don't even fucking sweat it, babe. Babe, don't even sweat it. If that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? So you're still gonna need to explain why the fuck? Why didn't
How do you explain the peoples? Hey, yo, bitch.
Python met many members of Show You News. That's what people like to call a journal. What's a journal? You know? A journalist. Fucking simply a contraction of journalist. Yeah. I'm there with the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops, so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of the news. Oh, so, was it you who took this photograph? Well, now, well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Brace yourselves, people. Many Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer.
You discovering yourself?
Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. What's said about the fold at a 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition? Then, let's start with your name. Hey, get it right. Yokado Naruhodo. That's what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Yotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
Just barring Cosmo's chain for a while. If I can worry about it.
By the way, my name's
Don't care. Don't fucking care. Don't care.
the so-called dark horse in the Supreme Court.
Dude, I want to see this fucker go go up against. They're both prosecutors, but I would still like to see him go against fucking the Reaper of the Bailey. He'd shit himself. He'd shit himself.
Who are you?
Who, Mego? No, the readers won't buy that. Get fucking flamed.
Witness. Ah, yeah? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a janitor if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with and fast hand to write with. No good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call a mini-memoism. A mini-memoism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself in Soseki.
Yeah, that's right. That was me, mini-memo again.
But you were supposed to be going back to the Show You News offices after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Barrett's words? A criminal, let her do as she pleases. Just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Fuck that, dude. Dude, just stop talking. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I'd like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. It's a serious criminal going on some junket. People need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after him. Get the woman's story so I can hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph?
Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Thank you. Momo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what you saw, that you witnessed on the events surrounding Miss Barrett's death.
Goddamn.
Oh, yeesh, Jano. Camera never lies.
Beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when a student came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart a rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens for the perfect shot. Reed screens, you say? Right. You could see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. Hot walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds.
Yes, it allows us to breathe. It allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat.
It was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring, for the time being, the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through the gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty subtly woven. I pulled the reeds apart, thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Did I get away with it? What have you seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's minimalism in a nutshell.
At last. It would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. This testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
That's right.
It seems clear to me that there is some circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
Camera bitch.
He couldn't see everything. This was the gap that he's talking about, obviously. And if that's the case, she sat down there. She wouldn't have been able to see. He wouldn't have been able to see anything. So there was no hesitation. So it's not like he was in a different place and moved. Quick as a flash, he says. Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment the stabbing took place? Precise moment? I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you can use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. No, you fucking can't, because you're gonna get you know that it's gonna be bullshit. Because you know you were right behind her when she was sitting. You didn't see shit. The only thing you saw was this bitch's back.
Right you are. It's all here in my mini memo pad. I first peered into the hut. I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool in the back of the hut.
Yes, the accused so testimony confirmed that.
Just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. My turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Damn. Couldn't I at least give some, like, respect for a fellow noter? Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. Wait a minute. That alone is bullshit. As they passed each other, they would still be standing up, so what is that fucking picture? What you describe as a grim scene indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. By the way, Many Memo, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? That's what you say you saw, then that would be over here. If that's what the picture is. Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Oh, this is where we fucking get him.
You know damn well what he's trying to do. I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo, will you supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement? Well, nihilism is the foundation of metamemoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. That's fucking cat app. That's fucking cat app. I know what I have to do. I feel like I could just do this right now because it has the emblem. Yeah.
Objection!
Mini memo. Until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. Wait, I like that. Funny you mentioned that. It's funny that you mentioned that, you fucking dumbass. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more Many Memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, counsel?
Many Memo. Do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Barrett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Bibani.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.? Write in many memo, R.M. That's horse dog. Can't you see? I'm one of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dog. Many memo. Is it not the case that before she died, you met with Jessie Barrett in that beach hut?
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. Show you news will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who the owner really is. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. Clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... bop bop, skitty bop bop, boodle pow. Oh, I keep forgetting that it's not just... I fucking know it. It's just... Yeah. Okay. Momentum died. Fuck me.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Many Memo. Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Show You News! In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Many Memo, how do you respond? Yeah, fuck. You got dicked. Dick down. Long dick style. Order. Explain yourself, witness. Well, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then. Fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview?
You never mentioned this before.
When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meaning between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, all right, but on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Suseki Natsume. Saseki? Oh, yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. What? He's about to put this man on blast on the stand. Any memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. That's fucked. Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Saseki? Hiding something? Surely. Clueless. Absolutely clueless. He got the twitchy eye again, bro. He's bugging, bro. He's back in his jail cell. Ah, yes, the English woman for an interview. But she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses coming running. The detective realized that the victim still had the pulse. So he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. He didn't say anything about this in his testimony, which is why minimalism demands it I reveal it now. You mean to say that the victim...
The victim regained consciousness?
Well...
And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's true, yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing of this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question, I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency.
Reporters claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Hold it!
Saseki, are you trying to hide something? Don't look at me like that. Saseki, you must tell the court everything that happened. In truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. I ran to the beach to see what was happening. Find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Soseki? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. What? When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will. What did she say? Asked her who did this to you, but she never replied. Lifted her trembling finger and pointed at the direction of the defendant.
No. That's fucking cap. In the direction of the defendant, you fucking idiot. They're pointing behind her where the fucking reporter was. That bitch. Many Momo, you whore.
Objection!
Oh, fuck. I jumped the gun. I jumped the gun. I'll admit it. I jumped the gun. I got a little too excited. I got too big for my britches. I need to secretly from outside. I need you to confirm for the court where on this diagram you were standing. It was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett has just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Many memoists will tell you that. Let them think you've left, and then when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. Now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please, do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try and stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it.
Hold it!
Seki, is that really true?
Easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, a student standing on the far side of her.
So we're getting another account. We have somebody here who can attest to this being the layout. All we need to do is get it set in stone that the reporter was right here behind her in the direction of the, you know?
This ounce of strength pointed at the trembling figure at the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
Nopers. That's not what happened, you dumb little shit-tard.
No. Seki, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlesticks I stay. It's not a British court of law, you will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point a finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. Somewhere in the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it, unclear. Very, very unclear.
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond a reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her figure was wavering slightly. There can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because, as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one, besides the accused, can have possibly committed this crime. Cap.
I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No! Headline's writing itself. Next thing lawyers' hopes dashed.
And to point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition.
This is a serious blow, Sasato. Unless we are able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
I already know what I gotta do. He was pointing to the back of the hut. He was pointing towards the slit that was made by the reporter in which he was standing when she took the shot. All comes together. But it's impossible. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Possible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back to everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
He gave us her account of how the events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. He told us what happened, the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer.
I take it, then, that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant local student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
Crucial turning point now. We can establish what really happened. It's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? How did he or she stab the victim? I know how.
Objection!
Damn right, objection! Woo! Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh? To what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternate theory? That exists!
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time, by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction. Fantasy.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourselves, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Right here, bitch nugget. I'm fucking here, dumb nut.
Take that!
Naruhodo would never give up. I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Barrett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
What?
Yether, 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 yether.
Order! Order! But student lawyer Naruhodo Esquire, it makes no sense at all.
You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snapped. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Brett was killed.
You're bluffing. You're bluffing.
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
Crime scene.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is a trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Take that!
Get fucked in the ass. Raw. No rubber. Actually dick down. Long dick style. Look closely here. On the screen of the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No. I can't see any such thing.
True that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary!
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Barrett was killed. Raiten Many Momo. Many Memo. It could have only been you.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
We're not.
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. At the beach hunt.
A stool?
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of the person who was sitting on that stool.
My word! So, in fact, the victim was
killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Barrett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membani-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Many Memo. I take it that you don't deny the charge?
This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Mbami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, damn, that easy? Finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
This can't be. The Hachi clan can't. But of my growth of hope. Was it all an apparition? I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude the proceedings by delivering my final verdict.
Ayo? Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in the mighty empire delivers justice, isn't it?
suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak, and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
I know, but Hugh was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. All perfectly logical deduction.
So, the argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. Doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, the trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What are you talking about? Brace yourselves, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? Talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison that you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison, when it's administered to the victim, is Brit. Is that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used.
I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed.
Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it would seem highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her body.
Oh shit. Damn, just like that?
How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not. Not a jot who stabbed whom to whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Forgot it already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
Let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turns out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Ah, shit. Ah, shit.
But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniable, obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Another look at the photograph. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. Poison could have been slipped into either.
Somebody made Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. They'll make for a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wild eyes. It's the prime press fodder, is it?
Shame that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim it to be impossible.
I'm still eating.
Claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You explain to the court in your testimony the basis on which you make such a claim.
I'm a journo, and I'm a man. Never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated this truth. Look back into obscurity again. So where is this trial going to take us? Oh. Oh, yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. And it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I've already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. Courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did. Someone else would have to see the justice done. So, you admit it then, that everything happened as I described, that you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and let murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. Plunge a blade of sweet justice right in there. Someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after me own heart. You're implicating Ray again. He's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. Suddenly, snap. Miss Jenna here's is off the hook.
Argument is sound, certainly. The witness had administered the poison himself. He need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. I made so much progress into proving his guilt. Is he going to get away with it now? Kazuma Naruhodo-san never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, Constable. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency. If you stabbed her in the back, then what is this picture? You mean that this picture is falsified? You already know that the picture is falsified. And this is, in fact, not. If this was...
Bah, 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 bah.
The fact that we're still talking about the small amount of liquid. Let me look at the... Proof fatal in minutes. And if it was only 2 minutes after, you saw that? Okay, you poisoned her when you first interacted with her. That's when you slipped the poison in her drink. And then once you saw that that somebody else was coming, so they would probably be witness to this, you decided to try to stab her. That's currently what I'm thinking. I'm still gonna look. So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim. Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these.
The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, the yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim.
Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim, then witness.
Goat. What were they arguing about? Oh, well, we already know, but I want it reiterated, I guess. What exactly were they arguing about? Oh, what happened at the restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. Student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor.
Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less.
Right. That Englishwoman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by a British consular court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It's eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. That is not what they were arguing about. They were arguing about the fucking poison. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray,
Yeah, girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like.
You can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of something very important. Some very important testimony here. You just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all this up. So please, you have to make them listen. Who? Sasato, who? Who? Turn to the dock at once, Membai. You're in the middle of a cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
Exactly. It's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom.
Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But Your Excellency.
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Let's fucking go. It was nothing to do with Mr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Barrett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. Surely, it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave.
Is that where it got into the pen? But then how did she never got the poison? I don't know why I thought that. She didn't. She didn't get the poison. I thought of it before and I don't know why I forgot. The poison was carried in the pen. That's why there was ink, because he was emptying that bitch.
Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. True, I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. As Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Soseki expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I have a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
I'm trying to remember. What was his case again? I forgot what his whole case was. Find out if my suspicions were true. I confronted Miss Barrett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
How did Miss Barrett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Momo, one small question if you don't mind.
I do mind.
Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in while the defendant and Miss Barrett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote the article about what you heard.
Yes.
The story was published in this morning's edition of Show You News. The details are too accurate for to have been written by anyone else.
You sweat and look at his pet stains.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Look at this! The entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word. Well, Many Memo. As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. It's a founding principle of Memoism. Father's clearly right about this. The reporter did write that article. He based it on whatever he heard from outside the hut. That's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you come up with that stinking story about arguing with her. Shut up. My stories never sink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say. I want it to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. He's faltering, bruh. Point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab that person as well. You shouldn't have said that. I think you shouldn't have said that. Don't tell me this was a fucking Freudian slip. Don't tell me he said he did a little what is it called? It's not plagiarizing. Like it's like plagiarizing, but you like change some things. Fuck, what is it called? I don't know. But he changed up his homework. He changed his homework a little bit. It did a little bit of a Freudian slip.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure the victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer, as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have only been minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. He did it so he could get the photo. So he could get that evidence. He did it with the intent to frame. Because you couldn't easily in a picture you couldn't easily show that this person poisoned somebody else, but that somebody stabbed another person, that's easier. Gave the poison to Mr. Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. That's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Oh. He gave him the poison thinking that it would be like instantaneous. Not to frame. Okay, but that is I'm giving myself a pat on the back for that because that is a good theory. But no. Gave the poison just knowing it was poison, thinking it would probably happen instantaneously or not take that long. He had no idea that it would take a while. So, decided to expedite the process.
Be the key here. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. How would I do that? I guess.
Objection!
Yeah. Well, I can think of one reason. What? What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all this information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There could be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, we were all told that it was a terrible toxin. There's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mimbani-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Barrett's drink. Where are you going with this, counsel? Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Barrett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mimbani entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Memo overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article. Namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite the understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs of death. The extreme constriction of the pupils is quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory was aware of the unique properties of the toxin that we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Bamini-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. Get dicked in the ass. In other words, someone like you, Brighton. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake. The poison caused such unusual symptoms, and it was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, counsel? The
The plan was to kill Miss Barrett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, didn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison use, no one would have ever suspected. Fuck.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging the knife into the middle of the victim's back.
The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there was a number of... yes, I counter completely. Substantiate those claims, bitch. The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope. Lost hope? Get fucked. You still got more to say, bitch? Is this about how you snuck it out? Do your fucking ramble, you know? Bitch! You spiked that shit.
You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who you calling fallen?
I don't need a counter-argument.
What? What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious.
I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument, because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it sound all so plausible, don't you? Without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in my memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. Power of the printed word. Yeah, he snuck it through his pen, bitch nut.
How's that then? Blowing the story wide open. See, I write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News.
Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen that poison that day. He stole it, and he used it to kill. And if that's the case... As you have identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is this, there's one way that you, Mini Memo, could have stolen that poison. Do the fucking pen and we'll prove it with the reagent.
I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that the witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Take that!
Proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
Fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, I love my fountain pen.
Suck up. I can't pronounce that. Not even gonna. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel.
into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck up ink, it's also possible to inject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, mini memo. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection! More absurdity. That never happened.
True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Mini Memo. So, the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? Huh. So this is how your modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I always claw my way back up to the game. I have plenty in reserve. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. Looks as though you're going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. For as I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on that day in question. Therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Mini memo. This is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are all well past the point of speculation at this point, I assure you. Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. It will be the final piece of the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that used to steal the poison.
We have the motherfucking reagent, bitch!
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents in this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Mini Memo?
is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't. Crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat.
Don't do some fucking don't do some Jezelly shit where you just whoops and drop the shit and lick it up on the carpet.
The defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Give up.
Oh shit! This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold this high civilized battery. I took a bomb to the form of the mighty pen and found seriously. In the name of justice, right? This is video. Bitch! Sato, with me! Woo! Sato, take down! Let's fucking go! Got him! Did I do it right? Sato takedown, wasn't it? Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! That was a Ryotaro takedown. Let's fucking go, dude. Dope. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it's clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison. The devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. Excuse myself, and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, turned the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Many Memo. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? Find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. She just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman? Oh, wait, fuck. No, shut up. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back to your cave when you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done. And she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up. Man, what a tragic tale. Man, that's sad. I thought this dude was just cold-hearted. But nah. It was all on a whim. I'd like to ask you something. Yes. You often talk about justice. Surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're just gonna drop that bombshell on this? What the fuck? You can't. You can't just say it was a cover-up.
That entire trial night, dude. This dude's about to drop dead. He said the code word. Yeah, there's fucking dude. There's black suits waiting to cap this motherfucker. He said too much. He knows too much. A cover up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. It's because she's famous. That's what I thought at the beginning of the first game, bro. She's popular. And yet that puffed up English woman was going to sail away into sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? Done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up.
He came under pressure from the government, you mean?
Our government is going to let criminals walk free. They're going to crush the free press. And what choice do I have but to see justice is done myself? Let us not forget, Many Memo, that you committed murder yourself. You tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jezali. What? Truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense. Yutaro Naruhodo.
Oh, yes, sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
Almost unbelievable that this is your first appearance in the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. Truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, the way you handled this one, gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That is very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly. The future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ouchi, do you have any final thoughts?
Holy fuck. He's, dude, he's taking a page out of fucking, Windbank. He's like, guess I'll kill myself. That's what, isn't that that's a fucking cutting board. He's ready to go Yakuza on this bitch. Got to cut his finger. Or maybe his stomach. Yeah, his stomach. He's committing seppuku. He's gonna commit seppuku. I, Takasuchi of the Ouchi clan, am invested by a callow youth. Not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it's withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! He's gonna fucking kill himself, rather than living on in shame. Ooh, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path of Ouchiism. Ouchiism?
One hopes that that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
Rig of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takasuchi. It's fucking haiku. You can't fucking do it. Oh. Oh. Damn it. I really wanted this in the Pay your respects. Oh 07.
Now, in regard to the defendant, Ray Mimbani,
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty.
Ooh, puggies!
Man, where the fucking fireworks, bitch? We need the goddamn fireworks. This ain't the Old Bailey. Need to up your shit, bruh. On God, on God.
Court has adjourned.
Woo! Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do another one. My voice is gonna get shot. It's 4 hours. I think I'm gonna take that. I should take that. An Ace Attorney episode only taking 4 hours. I should just take that and like be happy. It's over. My heart's still pounding in my chest though. It's all I can do. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility. Such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo? Sato! Let's fucking go! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Hey, father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you... No. I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh, no, I can't take all the credit. I took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Sasato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals. And the trial's over. There's no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with a little bit of swagger, getting a little quirked up. Let's throw caution to the wind. Caution to the what? I'm the greatest defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo. I'm taking you to the milk bar now. Something. Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, you really knocked the wind out of that horrid man. It felt so good. Yeah, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Surely. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I am extremely proud of you, Defense Attorney Ryotaro. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but back to Sasato Mikitoba for now. So, I'll never see him again then. Oh, what a terrible shame. Hey! Yeah. You got punked. You got fucking punked. Ah, Saseki. Osanaga. I hope you've been I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yeah, I had to change my appearance for obvious reasons, I hope, but it's me. Sasato Mikitoba. I don't. So dashing, so divine. No. Devilly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Mrs. Sato, Esquire S, that you were a locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly outstanding ace attorney. Ah, yes, the ace attorney. Poor Soseki, so confused. What a little fucking idiot. Look at this little idiot. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. And after Naruhodo's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm Chief Inspector at the Police Bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I say. Just two, really, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of the restaurant. And then on the steamship, the Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? Talking about the murder of that Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor that she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. God, why do you have to mention that? That's gonna fuck with me, dude. Come on. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter.
Wait a minute, I just realized.
No, I mentioned this earlier. We don't know why, but we have a lead. That piece of paper that we found at the end of the last game, that had John H. Wilson on it, Kazuma, and oh yeah, it had fucking Tobias Gregson. It had Gregson and somebody else, but 2 of those 4 names have been killed. So logically, I thought at the time it was a hit list, and I still think it is. The hit man, or at least one of them, is probably that woman. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective I made. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock, the detective once had a partner who helped solve crimes. Best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been a friend and partner of Sholmes. That's really true. And the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. Fuck, that hit. Oh shit, dude, that hits. As you know, I have traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand. There are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Oh shit, Dad. Dad. Don't tell me you're in on this. Don't fucking tell me, dude. I'm gonna cry. You're gonna make your daughter cry. Do you want your daughter to cry? Do you want her to cry, Daddy? I don't think you want that. Don't make your daughter cry. Did you summon me back to Japan? Oh yeah. Yeah, it was a lie.
I don't know why. I completely forgot about that. We never mentioned the fact that she's back because this bitch was supposed to be sick, fucking dying. What were you gonna do? Now that I think about it, Mikitoba, you didn't really think of this through. You called her back. She would come back and instantly see, oh, you're not fucking sick. You're not dying. So you just lied to me. There you go. Trust broken. Sus gained. It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you collapsed with a high fever. You were growing weaker by the day. Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know. It's after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? It's really the only explanation I could think of.
Dear me, you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato. Sorry, my dear, I simply can't.
Mini memo? The fuck? Mini memo? So, one throw wasn't enough for you? One last thing to say before they take me away.
Oh wait, I skipped.
Professor,
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. And that visiting student's fate. No fucking shot. No fucking shot. No, not her, the student of law who left for Great Britain, eh? No shot, dude. You're not... Holy shit, dude. You're not about to tell me Professor Mikitoba had a hand in Kazuma's killing. No fucking shot, dude. I'm gonna cry. What? Student of law? He must mean. Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? Does this have anything to do with Kazuma? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship. He'll never... The judge!
Well, didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
No, I have to talk to this man.
I was going to tell you that the rickshaw had arrived, Eugen. Good drive I came by.
No. There's some fucking deep shit going on.
Thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency?
The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore, merely your father's friend. Seishiro Jiruko. Jiruko? Is that what it said? Jigoku. Seishiro Jigoku. Jigoku. I don't know what that means. And I don't feel like searching it up for once. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken a more dashing appearance. Susato.
Did you know all along? From the start?
Yeah. A judge sees everything, Susato.
So why?
I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, then he'd recognize you. I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled in that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Where you go, father?
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
There's some shit going on, man. And that motherfucker got tossed because he was about to leak some fucking shit. He's about to fucking blast that shit. Blast about my fucking father's dirty deeds done dirt cheap.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a world since I've sent a man flying like that. Ha ha. Oh.
Never could father be hiding from me. Jesselie? About Wilson? Now it seems, according to the reporter, Kazuma. I'm going to have to bring this up with father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba, son, Esquire-S? Could I have a word?
Oh, yeah, of course, Soseki. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. I believe it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
Oh shit.
This I have to hear. Please, Soseki, tell me.
I will. As you know, time in England was terrible, cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. To secure my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in.
I don't really know exactly. Do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course, I can never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second one.
Second one? You mean the one Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious, unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case of the haunted lodgings.
The lot? So that was with Olive Green, with the fucking police officer, the beat cop. But that's the one that came to my head. What was the first one then? I thought the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. It was only the start, perhaps. The story is not yet told.
Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. Oh, anime.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again.
Wait a minute.
Are we going back to England?
For the
Are we
first
going
time
back to
this year,
England?
It feels as though summer has arrived. The skies
Are we going back to
brilliant.
England?
It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Holy shit! Dude, we're going back to England, aren't we?
God, I really don't want to stop, but fuck it. I'm not doing anything. I don't have a life. What the fuck? Bull? Lamau? I'm starting the Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Dude.
We're going back to England. Praise the mighty sun. Oi, governor, we're going back to
It was a
England.
ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
What? Wait a minute. What the fuck?
The fucking go. We're back in the fucking dude. My name. Damn right, that's my name. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. A fledgling lawyer, starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest courts, the Old Bailey. Since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. Truth, I lost my right to return. That epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which is now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. I'm hungry. I'm a little bit peckish, ain't it?
What's cooking? I'm hungry. It's breakfast time.
Say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Dude, I've been in England for too long, bruv. I'm already picking up on the dialect. Fucking, I called it flatmate. Like, yeah, we in the flat. It's not roommates, we're flatmates. I'm already getting back into the accent. It's not refined, but it's something. It's very, honestly, I don't know. Now that I'm conscious of it, I'm definitely faltering. But I would definitely say before I was aware that I was doing it, more conscious of it, I was probably one of my better ones. One of my better ones. In terms of accents, I've definitely made some errors in the way that I portray British accents, especially those of different, I guess, dialects, because it's not all the same. You could go to 2 different places and they'd be different. And in my attempt to portray that, I definitely fucked up. See, I'm even doing it now. I'm kind of slipping into Australian. Oh, Bruno. Oh, Bruno, good. I was just about to call up to you. Bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise of... Not another word, not a hoodoo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes. I see. So that's it. Okay, personal space. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, I barely warrant explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point that you have been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Really pulled your button off? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. Then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? It could have been worse. Fucking, you don't fuck with stringed instruments, bro. Like, I got a guitar in the corner of my room. I'm scared of that bitch. That bitch could snap and just take out my eye. Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it off from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. It's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. What matters is, at the present time, my dear fellow, is that simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Hurley, Runo said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise. You are off the bennies, bro. You're off the bennies. You know, I was confident that because I'm back in England, I would be able to stream. But I'm kind of getting tired. I'm getting tired. My voice is kind of getting shot. So I am going to just leave it. Lamau. I'm just going to leave it here, bruv. I'm leaving it here. I'm leaving it here. I'll stop tomorrow. Probably sometime in the morning. Sometime before 12 or on 12. Why am I fucking talking like this? I'm too tired. Shit, brother. Okay. Bye, mate.